Okay, we're live. One Piece, 1138. Fighting for my life this week. Fighting for my life. Getting Google push notifications on this chapter. I'm just swiping them away. I'm getting Twitter ats, all kinds of stuff. But I would say that I'm largely unspoiled. I do know that there's a devil fruit reveal in this chapter. I don't know what the devil fruit is. I just know that there is a fruit. That was the Google push notification. But I didn't see what it is. I was quick with the swipe. I've never gotten a Google push notification about like a chapter. But I did this week. And then shout out to Ty. He's been hitting me up. Let me know this is a code red situation here. Big shout out to Ty because he came in with the off-screen lavish bracket no me activity here. He said, Captain, as you prepare for takeoff, please remain seated and ensure all items in your studio are secured. Should you experience any turbulence, remember to breathe and return your laptop to its upright position. What's up, early Savage crewmates? That's crazy. Okay. Shout out to DK, member for 25 months, said, this counts as my birthday chapter since my birthday is Wednesday, right? Either way, you're all welcome. Shout out to DK. Throw some happy birthdays in the chat there. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. And shout out to Locust. Joining the channel. Another one.
Another one.
All right. So let's get into this. Should I avoid the title of the chapter? Like, is the title of the chapter crazy too, like last week? Let me know in chat. I'm about to pull everything up now. Okay, chat saying that the title doesn't matter. We already almost have 300 people in here right at the start, so let's
come with me if you want to live.
Get those likes up. Dizza said, no lie, this is a top 5 chapter of all time. What are we? What? Okay. Okay. Let's. All right. The title is The Harley. We gonna be reading out of the Harley? We getting Harley lore? Alright, so we got we're on page 1 here with Who's Who. He's in some traditional Wano garb here. And it says it was Who's Who all along. I would have never guessed based on the outside of the house, right? I mean, come on. Wow. Shout out to Yamil with the 5 gifts.
Another one. And another one.
Together we're stronger.
Stronger together.
Together we're stronger.
I'll preemptively join the fun. Okay, so we're on page 2 here. We've got Loki. Huff, huff. For as much as you look like him, you gotta be related to that red-haired pirate. ... Hold your tongue. That's nothing you need to know. If anybody was on the fence if they were related. Alright, true. It ain't my business, but a great pirate and a celestial dragon stand on opposing sides of world power. The fact that you have the same face is bound to draw curiosity. Shout out to Jedmond. Supered said, I'm sitting in my car at Lowe's because I need to get something, but I gotta be here for this. Okay, this is crazy. The hype in the chat is insane. Alright. That pirate is my estranged younger twin brother. We're getting confirmations. Okay. Returned to the Holy Land once. Shanks lore. Returned once. But he seems to prefer the filth of the lower world. Returned. I see. Then your bloodline has earned my ire twice over. How fascinating that two separated brothers should each be targets of my wrath. You'll rue this day, Huff, once I get these chains off. Cooper Wise said, I'm literally in a Lowe's parking lot too. What's up with Lowe's today? Shout out to Phil Jenkins for joining.
Another one.
Next page. You know what'll happen, don't you? I watched my friend's fate decided before my eyes, and now I bear the cost of it. You dream of threatening me? Commander, don't let him. Indeed, it's not worth dirtying my own hands. Pulls out his sword. You do it. My Zay ha 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 meter is going off. You do it. Cerberus. This man's sword has the Cerberus fruit. Cerberus fruit has been activated. The long speculated third fruit of Marshall D. Cheech. Blackbeard. The long theorized murderer of Shanks. Not on this channel. I don't care whether or not Blackbeard kills Shanks or not. But this is how Oda can do it. Blackbeard doesn't kill Shanks, he kills Shamrock. Takes the sword, bam, third fruit, Blackbeard becomes a Cerberus. Ow. I'm sure people are talking about that. This is crazy though. 3 heads popping up out of this sword. I mean, well, you know what? Forget Blackbeard. I want Zoro to fight this man. This is crazy. 3 sword style versus 3 head style? This is crazy. Day said, is it really a devil fruit though? Didn't say it was devil fruit sword, but just Cerberus. I mean, I mean, this is just a very stronger Funkfried right here. That this is competent Funkfried. Next page. All right, Cerberus is active. Does it have to say connected to the sword, or is it able to detach? We got 3 heads here. The one on the right looks like he is fighting for his life. Like, he does not want to be here. You know that the meme of the 3-headed dragon, and the 2 of them are like snarling, and the other one's got like the goofiest face. Like, that's what I feel is this. Huh? What is that? We got a sword popping out of the mouth here. This is insanity. It's my sword. Next page. Whoa, that's creepy. What's wrong with them? So they all have swords popping out. This is wild. Something spinning? Are their collars spinning? Huh? Extinguish your presence, Commander. We need to move. Scramble. Is this some sort of Deus Ex Machina thing here, where he's like about to kill Loki, but because Gunko is like, we got other things to do, like Loki's just gonna live to see another day? Woof. What's happening here? Return. Anticlimactic. Like, if you're gonna do the Deus Ex Machina, like, actually have a character come in and save him or something. Like, don't do the whole, like, come on, like, stop having fun, we gotta go. Like, you're gonna kill a guy, kill a guy. Alright, so they get on a arrow bandage bird. Which is absurd. But I'm just gonna run with it. I'm just gonna go with it. Shout out to Jason Reeves. Appreciate the super. If you should survive, come and kill me. I'll be ready for you. Wait a damn second. You have to be joking. Oh, okay, so we're not done. We're not done. Okay. You don't mean it. Even I can't handle getting run through by those. All 3 swords heading right for him. Curse you, Celestial Dragon. Girl. Ooh, damn you to hell. Okay, I got what I wanted. Alright. Loki's nerf for the rest of the arc. Pacifying them all at once will be too hard. We need to get to the warrior's children first. Call one more. Very well. Which one? What do they want to do with the children? Looks like that was page 9. So now I'm moving on to 10. Back at Aurust Castle, I know what I saw. It was red hair. Liar. Shanks wouldn't beat you guys up without good reason. See? Exactly what I said. It was going to be a situation where they were going to have confused Shanks for it. Luffy arguing about it. Yep. I mean, it's just natural progression. But it's true. I'd recognize him anywhere. Red Hair has been to Elbaf many times. Yeah, I guess you would. Shanks is really cool. This guy must have looked just like him. Crazy that Luffy would immediately go from, like, I trust Shanks so much that this must just be someone that looks like him. We were shocked to see him. We thought, what's he doing inside the castle? Red Hair was just in Elbaf, right? So it's not out of the question that he would still be in the area. This guy's got, like, katakuri tattoos. What if you're saying is true? That wasn't Shanks. Shanks is a cheerful guy who isn't full of himself. He never does anything messed up like that. Look at that. Luffy's always trusting. Nami just reiterates what I just said, basically. Next page. Of course I do. Look, Nami, wouldn't you be mad if someone said stuff like that about Mollymere? Belmere? That's crazy that he would say that. But also he was asleep during that whole backstory, so, like, when off screen did he learn about Belmere? So I guess they were two identical people. Jason Reeves super and said, "It's my sword" can also be read as "it's my dog." Maybe they're brothers. Wow, what a conclusion. Shanks' brother, I guess that could be true. But I've never heard him talk about his family. Just that he was on a pirate ship ever since he was little. Oh? Oh boy. Silhouette Man. Is it about to happen? Is this man walking into the castle? I thought Roger and Rayleigh and those guys were his family. Roger pirates, aside from Buggy. Oh, come on. We move away from it? Alright, well, I did say that we were going to get some Franky this chapter, so Oda follow through on that. So next page, Team Franky, Jewel Tree Atom Tour. Here, there, everywhere, it's all Atom. Guess this wood's not that rare after all. Is it really that valuable across the sea? Maybe I should go into business and start selling it. Well, here's the thing though, right? Is if Franky's with Ripley and we're going immediately from silhouette person to Ripley, then like it's becoming very obvious that like silhouette sitting with Crocus and all of that is Ripley's husband. Maybe I should go into business and start selling it. You're the one who should be stopping it, Ripley. Saul already scolded me once. This is a holy tree. Don't you go cutting pieces of it loose now. Good impression. Anyway, if you have to cut the wood and haul it off without any giants noticing, I guess that'd explain the price. What's that? It's a mural. They are children's drawings from the ancient past, carved into the fossilized tree bark. cultural relic due to its historic value. Really? Kid scribbles? They're estimated to have been drawn somewhere between 800 and 900 years ago. Okay, what are we doing? Which, if correct, puts them right within the period of the Void Century. Okay, well, where's Robin? We got to show this to Robin. Like, I'll tell her about it later. I gotta say, for a drawing from Elbaf, they don't all look like giants to me. That's right. In the history we're familiar with, there were sometimes wars between the races, never cultural exchange. Okay, we get something that looks like Emmett. We've got a king. We've got a dog thing with a sword. Is that a mink? Oh no, this is a queen. We got long hair here. Okay, so we looking at Lily, Emmett. And is this maybe confirmation that Joy Boy could either was a mink or could turn into some sort of animal? Had his own? I'm definitely suspecting that the first one is Lily. Or are they holding like a trident here? Could this be the original Poseidon? The bottom half. Oh, we got some mermaid scales here, kind of. So this might be Poseidon, actually. I didn't see the scales. I'm like super zoomed in, guys. Like I had to like go down a little bit and then see that. So this has got to be Poseidon. We got Emmett. I don't know what this third one is though. That's the thing we need to find out. And then we got some scribbles on the wall here, but I don't know what. Next page. Maybe that simply means this was nothing more than a child's dream. Oda's not going to show us a close-up. Alright. Back at the Walrus School. Listen up, children. We're in the middle of a lesson. Ya ha ha. Shamrock going to pull up on these kids. The Owl Library. So this is the Harley. Oh, okay, so they got the real Harley. XIF Superin said, I hope you cleared your whole day, Randy. What are we talking about here? Alright. Sure is. Wow, it's huge and old. Black and dusty. All the various myths and legends of Elbaf were created based on this original text, since there are so many interpretations of it. Cough, cough. Next page. And it means the sun god all the warriors of Elbaf believe in has a different personality depending on who tells the story. Ain't that funny? May I read it? We have 600 people in here, and we only have 188 likes. That needs to change, guys. That needs to change. Let's get these likes up, okay?
Come with me if you want to live.
Are we really about to like get into the Harley here? I mean, based on the hype, gotta be. Of course. The story is split up into 3 chapters. They say the 3rd chapter describes the world we live in today. It's about something that's going to happen in the future. There we go. Prophecy, baby. Prophecy. This is what Shanks knows. This is what Rayleigh knows. Like, that's what's about to happen here. In fact, the legends of Nika are seeded all throughout the world. One common feature is that he always shows up laughing to this rhythm. Okay. Saul starts doing the dance. Shall I read it now? First world. Within the earth, there was fire. Mankind. Next page. Oh, we just going into book mode. We're just doing pages? Shout out to Pop Cult Crew. After I got here, I sent a quick prayer for RT. Book mode?
なんというビッグニュース
It's about to get spicy. The first world. Within the earth, there was fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god raged. With it, and with its serpent of hellfire, shrouded the world in death and darkness. And they will never meet. Whatever you imagine in this world can become reality. So that's what Willie Gallum told us. So the enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god was already reshaping the world in their image and doing awful things. And this could be saying that Emu is the earth god here. Full screen? What do you mean full screen? Like you need get rid of the chat? Oh no, look at the full page. Oh, I'm zoomed in, guys. Like, I'm only looking at this first world part. I'm going like step by step here, okay? You guys are telling me it's supposed to be zoomed out? All right, I'm zooming out. Fine. Oh my god. Good lord. This is really putting like an L on the moon into perspective here. The second world. Within the void, there was breath. The forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. So, my interpretation is that whoever the forest god is teamed up with the sun god. Because the forest god seems to be a good person. The earth god, bad. We don't like the earth god. We're not, but if it's but if the forest god's taming the demons while the sun is spreading the fires of war, it's that, you know, the sun god backed into a corner. They got to take down the earth god. Okay, working with the forest god to do it. Those of the half moon. Green. Those of the half moon. The D. Do I win? Do I win? Do I win? Nah. Oh, wow. Woo! Yo. Yo.
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Shout out to Ty. Per the chat, he laughed. I think I was laughing harder while I was laughing because I knew the chat would be saying he laughed. Barry said maniacal laughter in 2025 feels right. I mean, you know, I just... Killer energy. Oh. I have never thought the D meant anything. Like, I've always said, this is not a word. That's not how you get the people. You don't drag the people along for all of this time unless the D is a symbol. I said it has to be a half moon or a smile. Like, it has to be something that just ties into all of this. So, you know, I trusted Oda. And the man delivered. Moon Man Luffy. Shout out to Amrit for coming back.
Another one.
I didn't even read the rest. I just stopped right there. I don't know. Is that biggest W? Is that biggest W of the channel? Like I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Shout out to Damien times 2. Okay. I'm sure we can go into old reveries, old videos, and all this stuff, and I can pull out exactly this. Okay, so anyway, those of the half moon dreamed. Those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun and became God. And the sea god stormed. So are we changing the name here? Rain god is now the sea god? They will never meet. What's up with all this they'll never meet business? Is that because we're going to get into the third world and it's because they're never going to meet because all of this, the only resolution is 800 or 900 years into the future? Those of the half moon dreamed, those of the moon dreamed, man killed the sun, okay, became God. So that symbolizes to me like probably like a Judas situation, a Brutus situation, like Nika got stabbed in the back. So the third world, okay, within the chaos there was emptiness, a void. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day, prophecy, and hear the voice of the half moon. Okay. So does that mean that the half moon, the D clan, all have the ability to achieve the voice of all things? Which would then make Momonosuke a D. He would be a half moon at that point, and would also like put some good stock towards my theory that Vivi has voice of all things. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. That's a crazy bar. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning, and they will surely meet. Okay. Yep, Odin died with a smile, so... Whew. To be continued. We're gonna be eating off this page for a long time. Zingy said the half moon in third is not the same wording from the second. Third is more like a fragment or a piece of the moon. Okay. Alright, so this mural is insane. Guiding the world could just be the third world, said Jedmond. Talal said Arc Maxim. Yeah, I see the Arc Maxim on the first page, like in between the what maybe is Mars, and then I mean, is that Jupiter, like that giant dragon? Like, is that the sandworm, or is that, you know, a representation of Jormungandr? Are these the, you know, is this giant dragon snake thing the reason why the Shandians were worshipping Nola and Kashi? We've got a whole, like, mechanical structure here of enslavement happening with these buildings, and sort of an elevator system where people are giving, probably, you know, this, what this is actually giving is whole cake, Big Mom, you know, like requesting souls in the way everybody would come in and give their souls. I'm looking at the mural right now, and I'm, you know, like zoomed in on the first page in the bottom with all of the people like carrying the, you know, what looks like a little bush or a sun or something, and then they're throwing it into mechanical buildings, I guess, to power a system. Has to be some form of like life force that's happening here. We've got the Noah. The Noah's here. I just found the Noah next to an angel of some kind, on top of like some animals and people. Oh, wait, 2 of each kind. Okay, so we're getting into that. There we go. Oda's going full on with Noah's Ark there. So we've got 2 people, 2 horses, 2, like, I don't know, anteaters, whatever the thing is in the front. On top of that is a king or a queen in silhouette, which I would probably have to say is maybe Lily. Like, I don't... Like, it could be Emu. I don't think so, though. Got the moon up here with some weird holes in it. And then looking at the left side of everything. These are our heroes attacking what I can only imagine will be like Emu's final form. Like, this has to be some sort of representation of Emu here. So we can see Nika, and in Nika's shield is the Alabasta flag. We can also see the Alabasta flag on one of these ships. We've got Emmett, This probably would be a lot easier if I was like screen sharing or had the mural up, but got a giant tree in the middle. There's some sort of like wolf creature. It's almost giving Yamato in a way, with a sword next to a whale with some people on that. We've got a grayed out silhouette that is probably a Lunarian. We have a giant with Loki horns, which will probably be Odin. Or maybe that's an ancient Oni. You know, maybe that's like one of the original ores or something. I know all the supers are coming in, guys, and I want to read the chat and everything, but I want to actually just like go through this myself first before everybody starts telling me what's on here. We got some other people. Oda's like changing the flags up to try and show that it's like different people. We've got the original Poseidon here. We've got some sort of mousy creature, which is kind of interesting. Or like a squirrel. Maybe that's Ratatoskr? I don't know. Okay, and then in front of that, looks like that's a giant. So we're probably looking at an ancient Oni underneath Emmet, and then a regular giant. The closest to what I'm saying is like Emu or something here. This is crazy. And it's going to be great too, because it's like we're going to get the Void Century flashback, and then we're going to be able to look at this and be like, wow, like all of these things are here. This is... Time to look at chat. Oh, Tentatas. Oh, I see the Tentata, actually. It's behind Poseidon in front of the ancient Oni. That's got to be the representation there. I also love how there's just like a koi also. 3 Days said it's best to draw your own conclusions first without being swayed by other interpretations. Yeah, that's all, you know, I'm saying. That's all I'm going with this here. And because, you know, we're all going to be coming up probably with a lot of, you know, this similar ideas and similar things to say about stuff. But, you know, you guys have had multiple days to talk about this, and I'm just looking at it. So, you know, I wanted to get in there and share my own 2 cents first. Shout out to AD Wolf, the big super, appreciate that. Said, Brogy mentioned in chapter 122, the giant god Elbaf. Nobody talks about him right now. Is it possible the Loki fruit is human fruit model war god Elbaf, and that's why it's been protected for generations? And is it okay in the future to send a link of a theory of mine as a super chat? People should super chat their theories all the time. By all means, AD. Like, that's what we're here for. We're here to talk about everybody's theories. I have been saying that if Loki truly believes that he is also the sun god, then whatever fruit he has, if he does have a fruit and he's not just lying or something, like it has to be something close to whatever Nika can do, or it has to be able to manipulate people into thinking that it can do the same things. So if he can achieve some sort of all-white form, then people would think that he's the sun god. And if he has essentially like if there is a war god fruit, or if Loki does have one of the other, like, you know, I think the earth god has to be Emu, based on the context from these pages here, but rain god, forest god. I mean, it's a shame that Emu is being interpreted as the earth god in this situation, because that would have been a pretty decent one to say that Loki has. But for Loki to be a giant with a human fruit it would actually be pretty interesting, though. Because he's technically not human, right? So it'd be kind of like Chopper having Chopper's fruit. So, you know, and the big question, would a human fruit look like? Technically, we know that now because it's Luffy, but but you know, another thing too, like when you go back to what Brogy's talking about in 122, I almost feel like he's talking about Nika also. So, but there's also this element of where, you know, the different interpretations, like we were talking about this last week, is the different interpretations of Nika. Like, does that equate multiple fruits? And that's why there's different interpretations. So, but I think it's going to be a little bit before we even get an answer to that, but I don't think that it's impossible. So, appreciate you, 80 Wolf. Makeshift said, we definitely need to cross-reference the mural with the glyphs from NL's cover story. The vertical conveyor belt has shown up in both. Yeah, that was one of my takeaways too. I definitely remembered that. It always seemed like they were giving something, you know. And it's not the first time that we've talked about it from a perspective of like it being very similar to what Big Mom was doing on Whole Cake with the citizens. So yeah, I definitely want to go back at some point in the stream to take a look at the Anel stuff again as well. Davon Superton said the monster in the first world looks like Kashigami. Yeah, so I was talking about that, but it's like, is it Kashigami? Is it Jupiter? Like, what's the deal here? But if there is some element of that being something that's worshipped, then it only adds to everything in Skypiea. Brandon King, member for 26 months, said 26 months on this chap too. People on the right equal AK or Automata Factory stuff. Noah equals within Zunisha's shape. They will meet the four blues or the two sovereign. Well, I like the idea of they will meet as in like the oceans will meet. I like that. Dizza said Oda understood January sucked and said not on my watch. January did suck. But it's ending okay. SSG Constantine XI said half moon equals halfway to moon from Earth. Sky is Shandora. I mean, that's a decent interpretation as well, is that half moon people would be the sky people, right? Because they would be halfway to the moon. That's an interesting interpretation. I'm still gonna stand on business that half moon is the D. Um, but I like that interpretation. Emil Superin said the three big monsters equal ancient weapons, sea, sky, and earth. That's interesting too. Because if that's the case, right, then I would have to say that the first world creature would be a sea king. Brought about by Poseidon. Then the thing at the top would be Uranus. That's actually a really good read, Emil. That's probably exactly what it is. And then Pluton could very well be what we're seeing on the left, and then it really is Emu in the middle. Lydia Raven, member for 17 months, said, I think this confirms that we will find out that Chopper has the Forest God Zoe in this arc, and Luffy will definitely find out he is Nika in the next 5 to 10 chapters. Yeah, I mean, that's a big point of this arc, for sure. I've been saying that, like, we have to get into this thing where Luffy, you know, at least hears and understands what his role is, regardless of whether or not he, you know, wants to accept that, or, you know, his reaction will still be very Luffy, but it still needs to get laid out to him. And I love that you're bringing back, like, my long theory that Chopper has to have some sort of model attached to his human fruit that has yet to be, you know, revealed. It being the forest god is cool. I don't know if we've talked about that before, but he definitely needs to have a model to his Zoan that gets revealed. Davon, Schoolboy Beats, Superin said, think the different depictions of Nika is the same as Luffy when he dresses like the island he's on. He adventures and leaves not wanting to be a hero. I think the different depictions of Nika can also be looked at as just like the way the world views Luffy. So the people he helps love him, but the government shoots out the propaganda that makes everybody think that he's a bad guy, you know? So like regular everyday people on an island that Luffy's never been to are like, oh my god, that's Monkey D. Luffy, he's gonna kill us all. But people that know him, people that have, you know, experienced him saving them, are gonna be like, that's my guy. So it could very well be the same thing where over the generations, the propaganda from the world government and everything is skewed the idea of Nika. So it's more so like, what side were you on during the war so many years ago? That could be part of it. Just a weeb said, pull up Jola's weird sun door mural and look at it next to the mural. It's really wild how it looks like it could have been an early seed of this. Could someone send me that? I mean, I remember Jola like doing all of that stuff, but I don't know if it's going to have any like direct correlation rather than Oda's drawing style being similar to it. But can't rule anything out. Kaki09, member for 20 months, said, Big W, one of the best, coolest chapters in Double Spreads. Excited for this to be animated eventually. Yeah, like, how do you even animate this? You know? It's like, at this point, you have to put, like, Ishitani on it just to, you know, really, like, come up with some really interesting visuals. Like make the mural move and like kind of tell the story in a way as you're going through it. Makeshift Supered again, it said no break next week, goes bonkers after that mural. We gotta be Catching up here. Off-brand said, "Never seen a man so handsome. What's your secret?" And then Dizza said, "Found Chrissy's alt account." I appreciate that. I don't know if I have a secret. I don't know. BeatGamer99 said Scopper reveal next week. I mean, hey, look, there's a high chance that that's Scopper, but there's also a chance it's Arnold or somebody else. You know, I don't know. Does this say Vern tell Randy your theory? What's Vern's theory? Vern said, "I believe the One Piece world used to be the sun, and the people from the moon took it and extinguished the flames by flooding the world." That's wild. But there is a sun, so it's been Star Wars the whole time. Tatooine, two suns. I like the idea of them flooding the world, but it's like it just to buoy off of that. Like, let's say this was a thing where the world that they're on right now was the sun at one point. It would be more likely that those things that they're holding and carrying and like moving around is like they did some sort of automated thing where they're just taking all of the power from the sun and taking it away, and you know, and then it becomes this One Piece becomes this allegory for industry and how it just ruins everything, which was a part of Wano also with the weapons factories and everything. So it would just be that on a larger scale. We cannot overshadow that. Someone sent Randy a fan drawing so he can put it on screen. I mean, if there is a fan drawing, then yeah, I can put it on screen. Back up here. I'm just glad that the thing that I was like kind of spoiled on, as far as like there just being a fruit in this chapter, was not the main thing. Lucy B. Super said, Franky's frame looks like he's part of the mural. Also, First World, right side, has only humans, question mark. Also, they never meet again. The oceans, question mark. Yeah, someone brought up the idea of the oceans not, you know, meeting again, and I like that interpretation. I think it was Jamil that said that. Serpent equals the red line. Long theorized. Fans have a lot of interpretations, like Giants of Elbaf. Vern was sitting on the axis of the earth when he cooked up that. No. Yeah, Franky definitely blends into the image. I also like that he's like underneath the tree, which is like, you know, very important to him, right? Because he used the tree to make his ship of dreams. It's also very interesting to have all of this be from, in particular, Franky's perspective, because it's like it's a big moment for him. Like, it could have been any character, but we glazed Franky a little bit, which is good. I'm looking at the Jola thing. Yeah, kind of, but I don't think we should be looking there for real answers. Up here, Alejandro Salas supered and said there are a lot of theories going around, but let's take a moment and see that any can cosplay Ripley and the Giants, and all you need is a Franky figure at hand. That's fun. 3 Days said, do you think the murals represent all three worlds? Like, every cycle is similar with different players, or just one version of one of the world-ending wars? Well, let's take into consideration that we were also, like, we got confirmation pretty recently that the world flooded twice, right? Or at least there were 2 voids. So I think that that's what we're being told. There's the first world, the second world, and the third world. We're in the third world right now. So this is the, like, yeah, the first cleansing, the second cleansing, and they're getting ready for the next one to invite the fourth world. And now it's up to our team, our guys, our main characters, to prevent a fourth world from happening. Or we usher in that fourth world, and it's one of peace and prosperity. Makeshift Super and said, another point of contention is the fact that these hieroglyphs are all similar in style. Maybe the illustrator is the same person like the poneglyphs. Well, we're being told that that kids wrote this, right? But they are very similar in style to what's on the moon. Did these same kids go to the moon and do the same things? You know, if we find out that there is, you know, some way via the Bifrost or painters or whatever that, you know, the people of Elbaf like frequently go to the moon back and forth or whatever, then we can buy that, or at least if they at one point did. But I don't know if we need to read too deep into the idea that the drawings are similar. Because ultimately the drawings are all coming from Oda anyway. So it's just, there's hieroglyphs. There we go. Davon Schoolboy Beat said, Harold killed just before Shanks got Luffy's fruit, question mark. Yeah, we talked about that at length last week. So, like, that is the timeline, and something happened. There's a little bit more to that. Volgazard says, what's the consensus on the part that Franky is covering? Do we actually think that Franky's covering something? I mean, it could just be that the tree, you know, goes down to the bottom there, and that Franky's conveniently in the part that doesn't hide anything, but it's Oda. Could be hiding something. Porcus Deanna said, by the way, Luffy visited Belmir's grave, so he should know her name. Yeah, I mean, it's like if Luffy's going to actually like make a reference to Belmir, like I feel like he should remember the name of someone so important to like a member of his Trinity. I don't know. That's a bad look for Luffy, to be honest. Dizza said, I'm surprised Zunisha isn't in the mural. That's a good point. Unless Zunisha, like, remember Zunisha did something wrong, you know, and it's implied that they're cursed, so it's like, was Zunisha a product of this and not necessarily, like, a part of it? Catching up. Noah Charuk, they live on a dead sun because they used all its energy. Power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Spider-Man 2 Supremacy. I mean, we made a lot of those jokes after 1044. Brandon said, fun thing about this chap. In Tekking's review, he needed the mural up while also avoiding copyright. Man legit drew the entire mural on a blackboard to have behind him. That's great. K-Pro N Superdin said, she said something about it being a kid's dream. Roger and Luffy both got laughed at for having a kid's dream. Shanks was really playing the long game, giving up that arm. I have been saying that there is a prophecy, you know, for a very long time, and it's not, you know, it's Shanks is doing everything to make sure that this third world, like everything that's being said here, happens, because that's exactly what is being told to us on Laugh-Tale in that poneglyph. That's part of, you know, like Joy Boy's story. That's why he laughed, etc. So it's just, they have to get to that end, and he saw that Luffy's the guy that's going to do it. So Shanks will do whatever he needs to do to make that happen. Joseph Joestar said Franky's going to do something big in Final War. You know, it's like Franky getting this big of a moment, something so pivotal to the past, like it almost puts a death flag on him. Like if this was any other story, I would be like, I would instantly be reading into this like, oh man, Franky's gonna die. Like he just got this huge moment. But it's One Piece, so that's probably not going to be the case. But I would love if he did do something big in Final War. Granted, I just watched the Twitter meme that you just sent me. It's just someone cut out Franky from the mural and put it in front of like the entirety of One Piece. Catch you later, Vern. Appreciate you stopping in. Lucy B said, "Where's Blackbeard in all of this?" Oh, I mean, that's that's a question to ask every week. But it's like you do something this big, you end a chapter like this, like you almost want to go out and show how the pieces are moving here in a way. But that's actually a way to bring Blackbeard back into the story, is that if Robin is reading the Harley and is getting a little more context on the ancient weapons here, either from Saul or, through her own interpretations, like we go back to the Owl Library in 1139 and get some more context. As we're learning about Shirahoshi or Pluton or something, like a way to demonstrate things would be to overlay Robin's explanation of those as Blackbeard is capturing them. So it's like we're seeing Blackbeard like rampaging on Fishman Island and getting Shirahoshi, and Pizarro turning into Wano and unearthing Pluton, as Robin is like reading the text about what these things can do. And then that if I was writing, like I would, and I wanted to up the stakes, like that's what I would do. And then it was just the conversation with Caribou, I guess, happens off screen or something at that point, but yeah. Alejandro Salas super said, what if Toki was the kid that made this before jumping? I mean, that's interesting. It's like I really want Toki to mean something. Like I want that jump to mean something in the first place. And I think that's actually one of my like big takeaways from the Odin flashback, that just feels like a plot hole or like something that was forced in, and then just like this could be better, is Toki didn't do anything. Like she came from the past, she never explained anything, she just sort of sat there. It was like, okay, she just got away. And I feel like we're gonna get the Void Century flashback, and it's probably going to end with Toki like landing, from her POV and seeing Odin, right? And we'll all be like, wow, it all came full circle. But it's like the only way it comes full circle is if she was given a mission and then she accomplished that mission in the present. So, and her whole thing was that she needed to find Wano. But why did she need to find Wano? And we need that context. Like, was it all because the prophecy says that, Sun God Nika will reemerge on Wano? Like, was it always set up that Luffy would become Gear 5 at Wano? Like, is that part of it? Like, there needs to be more. Like, Toki needs to... That whole thing needs to get wrapped up better. Makeshift, maybe the fact that he remembered most of Belmir's name is a measure of his respect for her. Usually when he misses a name, he completely misses. I mean, even when he's saying, Burpee to Buggy or whatever, or Blimpy, like, I mean, he's still got the B and the Y there. He's getting most of the name. So I guess he respects Belmir as much as he does Buggy. But it's not like Barto, who's just Rooster or something. Joseph Joestar said Toki's a fraud, I'm afraid. I mean, that's what I'm afraid of, too. Is Shamrot stronger than Shanks? Probably not. Big Stinky said, is the koi fish the fish fruit? That was my initial thought, you know, like Kaido's fruit. But that was the thing, too, is like, I remember, you know, making a video for chapter 999 and like finding out that it was the fish fruit. And then like going into the lore of the, you know, the koi that goes up the waterfall and thinking like, what if it was a thing where he really was a fish that turned into a dragon? And I mean, I guess there's never been, you know, confirmation that it wasn't that, but it seems unlikely. BK says Zunisha is within this mural. If you go back and look at the Noah, Zunisha appears to be the outline it's within. Go back and look. While I'm at it, I want to reread these things here. Yeah, I guess you could argue that this is Zunisha here. Like Noah's Ark is inside of Zunisha, with the trunk of Zunisha like pointing up towards the tree. Like that's a pretty decent interpretation, and that's also going to be my interpretation because I like that idea, and I think that this is clearly an elephant's trunk right there. So yeah. So while it's not, I guess, entirely, you know, shown that it's Zunisha, it's Zunisha. And I think here's a thing that I think here's an interpretation. Okay. If we're gonna call the ancient weapons these three things on either side, right? The right side being Poseidon as a sea king, the top being Uranus, the left side being Pluton, or maybe Emu, like we don't know. They are all shaded in very dark, right? To show you that these are bad. The outline where the Noah is shaded in the same way as Emmet. You know? I'm just wondering if there's something to this shading here. But then Nika is shaded dark. Because I was gonna say, like, you know, maybe this is showing like the good and bad, or maybe it's showing the important people. Maybe that's the thing. Like, I feel like there's got to be something here, because I was going to say, like, there's also like a ship that is shaded darker than the other ones on the bottom, which makes me wonder, like, was there a traitor amongst them, and is that what Oda's trying to say here? Because it's in that ship. So I don't know, but I've got to look at everything like it's on purpose. And everything shaded in dark, I think those are like the key things, the key components, the key people here. So Emil says, two of the creatures are facing to the right, and one seems to be against the others. And the one that seems to be against the others is the one that I'm interpreting to be potentially a Sea King controlled by Poseidon, and we know that Poseidon was already against, on Nika's side. So, we haven't seen a fire-breathing Sea King yet, but it kind of looks like that's what's happening here. Is like Uranus and Poseidon, Uranus and the Sea King are like shooting fire at each other, and the Arc Maxim is like getting caught in the middle. Interestingly, with like a lightning bolt going down, but that could also be interpreted as a road or maybe a painter or something. The first world. Within the earth there was fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they never meet. Going back to what Vern was saying earlier, right, about, what if they were, the earth was actually a sun. I don't think that it needs to be that. But this could be a reference to the Earth's core. So if we're thinking about it from the perspective of they found a way down into the Earth's core, and they're pulling the energy from the Earth's core, which is probably like a representation of the Mother Flame. You're getting greedy because you're touching the forbidden sun, right? Like, don't mess with the Earth's core. And that could be like the first thing that's sort of ruining the world. Maybe we're getting into climate change. Maybe we're getting into industry. Maybe we're getting into, fossil fuels here. Whatever Oda wants to say is, our overarching message here. Within the earth, there was fire, the mother flame, the earth's core. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. They found a way to go down into the earth's core. They're pulling the mother flame. It is like advancing society at a geometric rate, right? So this is why everything is so advanced, because this flame is able to power everything. This is what we're seeing in the bottom half here, is that they're going down in these elevators, they're getting the mother flame, they're getting the earth's core, they're bringing it up, and what are they doing? They're powering all of these buildings. This infrastructure is starting to pop out. There's all of this smoke coming out of the buildings, and ultimately what we're probably doing is starting a battle for resources. So let's see. The enslaved prayed. So we have, because of industry, and we can even look to, our own past, America's past, other, countries' past, and, think of things like, let's just keep it in America for right now, because obviously I'm more well-versed in that than most other cultures. And it's like you have an industrial revolution, and you have, you have just this awful system of slaves creating the industry, laying down railroads, building buildings, like all of this stuff. Nobody's getting paid, so they're going down into the earth's core, they're building all of this stuff, but they're praying that someone will come and save them. Their prayers get answered. The sun god arrives. The earth god raged. With its serpent of hellfire, shrouded the world in death and darkness. So now this is a harder part to find a good enough interpretation, because with this you have to realize, you have to kind of decide who the earth god is. So if it's Emu, and they're the twirly mustached industrial revolutionist here that is now losing their slaves, takes the serpent of hellfire, and because they no longer have their consistent system to get the mother flame now, because Nika has turned all of the slaves into revolutionaries in a way, says, well, if I can't have it, then nobody can have anything, and then shrouds the world in death and darkness. They will never meet. What is they in this situation? So it's like we've got The Earth God raged with its serpent of hellfire, shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. So are we saying that the Sun God and the Earth God will never meet? See, that's the only part that I can't really like wrap my head around there yet. The second world. Okay, so it's the world has now okay, you know what, actually this is what Oda's telling us here. The world wasn't flooded twice. The first time that the world was destroyed was actually from this hellfire. So the world was burnt first and was shrouded in death and darkness. So now, could it have been? Could there be water involved? No, but I mean, but when you look at the second world is clearly talking about how we're getting the flooding here. So the second world, within the void there was breath. The forest god tamed demons. The sun spread the fires of war. So this could be shortly after the first world. So it's like Imu, or whoever, the Earth God, shrouds the world in death and darkness. And now up from the ashes of this burnt world, the Sun God takes everyone who remains and emboldens them to join him in a war to, get resources back, get the world back, take down Imu. And whoever the forest god is has tamed demons. Yeah, that's interesting because it's like we don't have a context of who everybody is, so that's the hard part. Those of the half moon dreamed, those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun, so Nika was killed and became God. So maybe he wasn't always God, but became God out through his death, which is very Jesus-inspired in a way. And the sea god stormed. So maybe it was Poseidon that actually flooded the world to try and, get their get back. It's tough. They will never meet. Third world. Within the chaos, there was emptiness. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. So this is the D clan. The D is not a D, it is a half moon, as we have been saying for many years. The voice is the voice of all things. So the inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. So the D clan was able to put their voices into objects like the poneglyphs that would survive the void history, right? This is why Roger is able to hear the voices of the poneglyphs, because the voices of the half moon are in there, and they are speaking of the promised day. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. That is part of the story that we're probably at now, right? Luffy he's dancing and laughing, and the world is definitely coming to an end. The sun returns, brings a new morning, and they will surely meet. So that's the end of our story. So all of the D clan, all of the half moon people have the voice of all things. That is what I'm interpreting all of this to be, which is something I've been saying also. So I'm just leaning into my own interpretations here. Big shout out to AD Wolf for the super.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself
Appreciate
here.
that. Said they will not meet again are the two seas after the red line was formed by the serpent. They will not meet again in World 2 are the four seas after the formation of the Calm Belt. Then they will meet after Luffy destroys them. This is a great interpretation. Some other people in the chat have been bringing up this idea that they will never meet is talking about the seas. And considering that it is so separated in each of the elements here, I'm more inclined to lean into that interpretation. So, the Earth God raged, in which with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness. So, by shrouding the world in death and darkness, if you're creating the red line and you're separating the world, you're limiting trade. So, the death and darkness could be like, oh man, like the resources that we were getting from over here, like we're not getting anymore. So people have to like learn to stand on their own. So that's a possibility. Some returns brings a new morning, and they will surely meet. So if you can destroy the red line, which has been, one of the oldest theories of everything, and the seas come together once again, then they will surely meet, meaning the waters will meet. It's a great interpretation. And it's probably the most true out of it. Winnie D. Pooh. Said Randy, notice the bolt from the Arc Maximus hitting the tree. Perhaps this is a prophecy showing the start of Ragnarok, the tree catching fire. I do like that. It's interesting that the tree would catch fire in the past and not in the present. That interpretation would imply that Ragnarok was the Void Century event and not the present event, which maybe clears up a lot of issues with trying to interpret what's going on in Elbaf, right? Because if we're so obsessed with Ragnarok is going to happen, maybe Ragnarok doesn't happen. Maybe Ragnarok happened, and we are post-Ragnarok. So maybe that's the way that we need to start looking at things, and that's a solid interpretation. Makeshift Super said could be the original creator gods fighting a man-made weapon made to mimic them. Since the serpent has treads, artificial, and emerges from tech. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea that all of the ancient weapons are man-made tech, right? Because what would all of this be an allegory for anyway? The atomic bomb. We already saw the Mother Flame. We already, we've all read Egghead. So there's already the, everything with Oppenheimer and Einstein, being laid into all of this. And obviously, like, Einstein did not have anything to do with the Manhattan Project other than inspiring Oppenheimer, but, and trying to dissuade him in different ways and failing. And his theories being part of what made all of that possible, which is why Einstein's in the movie Oppenheimer, because that's how it happened in history. Now, here, what Oda, would most likely be trying to do is it's all we're making multiple allegories here for industry and the way that industry revolutionizes and the way that when technology and power falls into the wrong hands, really awful things happen. So all of these things, Pluton, Uranus, Poseidon, all of that being man-made, would be really interesting. The only hitch there would be that the Sea Kings seem to be organic, and we've already seen Shirahoshi control them. So there would have to be, you know, a different element, a different layer there. Josh Thunder supered, building off of what I was saying earlier, getting to the planet's core could be Enni's lobby. Love that. I love that. Then we have a reason why the Judicial Island was built there, or whatever, because they're trying to hide, you know, the area where all of the infrastructure was happening 800 years ago. So if you fall down there, you would just get to the Earth's core where they were pulling the Mother Flame. That's good. That's good. And to that matter, maybe Uranus was, you know, used to try and like, maybe it's fracking, right? Maybe Oda's trying to do a fracking thing where the Uranus, like, shooting down into the ground, right, is like basically like trying to get oil, right? Trying to get the Mother Flame. So it's like we're building all of these holes in different places, trying to like to get to more of this resource. VazoCap saying, just an idea, but the red line not being natural was a long-time fan theory. Oh yeah, one of the oldest. AD Straw Hat said, if they're animals, they will just bend to Luffy. Yeah, he'll find a way to control them, just as we see here in the second world. Within the void, there was breath. The forest god tamed the demons. So, forest god would definitely be much like Luffy, and able to tame demons. Brandon said, by the way, the emptiness in the beginning of the third world is the same kanji used in void for void century. The other void in second world is a different word. When I read the third world, I immediately like called out that the emptiness was like a reference to that anyway. So it's good to know it's the same kanji, but you know, it's still fun regardless. And maybe the forest god taming demons is actually the creation of devil fruits. Right? Taming the demons and putting them into fruits. The forest god creates the devil fruit tree. The sun spreads the fires of war. Everybody take these fruits, like arming the people? Maybe? TL Traveler supered and said, my current thoughts on the mural is that every element can be interpreted to be something from all three worlds. Ancient weapons could have been made in the first world. All three have similar events but different endings. Well, you know what they say, right? Cycles. Ugh. Doomed to repeat yourself. Reference to how no one ever learns anything. Saeed said the Shandians, Birkins, and Skypians are all called the Moon People. I mean, I think the Moon People would be the Moon People. But Saeed is saying that literally they're called Suki no Tami in Japanese. And Ell's cover story. That's interesting. 3-day trip, member for 4 months said, chapter 292 title, to meet. Like Half Moon hidden by the clouds. It's during Nolan flashback. Reminded me that Shandians believed in the 4 gods and the sun god serpent. Half Moon hidden by the clouds. Are they doing the ritual on a during a half moon? Is that what we're saying here? Brandon King said, interesting note, Kaido has a move called Conqueror of the Three Worlds Ragnarok. Makes me wonder how much Kaido knew. Kaido knew a lot. And it's, I've always said that Rocks had to have known everything too, so. AD Wolf said, is this mural a first draft of the One Piece itself? The One Piece is a comic book with drawings from the beginning of time till Luffy saves the world, and Shueisha will sell it after the series finish. Lady Raven said, so in this case, Uranus is just a mining drill? I mean, potentially. Like, I will always look at this and try to, like, see the meaning behind the meaning behind the meaning. Because there's always a layer of, like, what inspired you to do this? What event in the real world or in your life or anything inspires you to write anything? So everything that I'm seeing here is just all about the ills of the world, and there's a lot of them. So we can sit here and get political all day and and talk about all of this stuff. And anybody that says that that's not what Oda's trying to do here, they're lying to themselves. He does it all the time. Shout out to Reese in the chat. I see you, man. Makeshift said, the real question for me is, who's in the ship sailing in Imu's shadow on the far left? Presumably they are sailing against Nika. Maybe Buccaneers? I see nothing identifying besides the headwear. Well, they were all in spacesuits, so that's probably the government and the Celestial Dragons. Those are the ones that are controlling that beast, whether that is Imu or whether that's Pluton. He's got the power of the sun in the palm of his hands, literally. So he's like doing Mother Flame attacks here. Big Stinky. Tama is on the Wano ship. Ninja Star, Kibidango. What Wano ship? Oh, yeah, I see that there's a ship that is like very clearly Wano. We've got somebody with a top knot here, and then somebody with a ninja star. I don't know if we can really say that that's Tama or Kibidango there, but that's an interesting interpretation there, and I didn't go through and pick that out, but I like that. Now that I'm looking at it, underneath the Wano ship, which is underneath the Alabasta ship, appears to be someone that maybe is a long arm. I'm just gonna, assume that, considering there's just a giant arm. Appreciate you, Orbital. Barry said, shout out to the 400 plus people still in here. Don't forget to like D-Stream if you haven't already. Yep.
Come with me if you want to live.
Shout out to my guy Luke. Said, damn, didn't need to ask people to like the stream today. Just stopping by to say hi. Gonna have to watch the later stream of this discussion. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you as always. He said, I stared at the final panel for at least 15 minutes when I read the chapter. Let me see, how long have we been going? We've already been going for almost 2 hours, so I've probably got like an hour and 15 in this final panel, probably. Tama tames Emu. That's hilarious. Barry said, sister just read the chapter and is somehow so calm. I don't know, this is a generational moment. This is a buffet. Saeed said, actually, Randy, my bad. The wording used was Suki no Hito. Yeah, that makes more sense. Moon humans. Chapter 470. Same wording used in this chapter. Okay. Well, I like that it keeps the half moon as the D's, right? Because if the moon people are supposed to actually be the sky people, then we don't lose the big dub. We don't lose it. Flandiman. 17 months said, yo, what if Pudding used her fruit on the mural and Adam Tree? Hey, look. Her fruit has been completely underutilized this entire time. And I have said, going back to like one of the earliest super chats on the channel, it's like been one of my favorite things to like kind of co-opt and adapt. Is the idea that if Pudding awakens, she would be able to put her hand through a poneglyph, right, and rip out all the memories. So if that is a thing where Pudding stands in front of the tree in the mural and is able to like play the void history, like it's such an easy, clean way to get us that flashback that I love that, and I want that. And literally my favorite fruit in the entire series, and it has just never been utilized. So More pudding, more pudding's fruit in particular. Let's go out. That's my top one, fruit. What fruit would I want to eat if I was in the One Piece world? Pudding's fruit. Is there more use for having something like Law's fruit, maybe? Sure. But I love the idea of being able to play like just imagine being able to play any moment from your life back exactly the way it happened, instead of whatever your mind like makes the memory. Mary said she's pointing everything out to me right now. I'm excited to see what she thinks. One LOL. Do you believe the serpent on the moon is intelligent enough to help the space pirates, and the one depicted on the Birkin City murals are connected to the ones talked about in the Atom Tree mural? Well, you know what I need to do is, that I haven't done yet, is look at the moon mural and compare it to the mural that we have today. So let me actually pull that up. Put these things side by side. We're going to compare the Enel cover story to this after a little bit of chair piece.
Hi, I'm Captain America, here to talk to you about one of the most valuable traits a soldier or student can have: patience. Sometimes patience is the key to victory. Sometimes it leads to very little, and it seems like it's not worth it. And you wonder why you waited so long for something so disappointing. How many more of these?
catching up. Jacob said, question, and how much did Rox know about this? Or was he doing this for the sheer love of the game? I think he knew everything. The interesting thing would be if Rox had already been to Laugh Tale. And like everything that he was doing at God Valley and all of this was because of all of it. And that would also explain why Oda's been hiding him, why Oda hasn't been giving any sort of information about him or letting him dictate the story, because he knows everything. So anything that comes out of his mouth would give away too much of the game. I'm looking at the Enel cover story. I'm looking at the mural. So they're bringing the Mother Flame to the conveyor belt, which is what we're already seeing here, so that's definitely something there. These mousy type characters could be the space pirates from Enel's cover story. Potentially. Unless they're supposed to be minks or whatever, but I mean, like, you know, these guys with the long hats on the moon, they have to come into play in the story at some time, some way or another. So in Enel's cover story, you can see that like there's an automata on some sort of a platform, right? And you have these either Lunarians or Skypeans that are obviously like, very intelligent, are building the automatas. But it maybe this has never been said, or maybe it has, but it's possible that these automata and anything like that, they're actually like eternally powered by Mother Flame. So they may have a piece of the Mother Flame in them, and that's what is powering them, just like the ancient weapons are powered by the Mother Flame. Because the only thing that I can think of is that all of the technology from the past was Mother Flame created. And that would also go to explain, you know, a lot of the stuff that Vegapunk was doing, right? Because he had the Mother Flame. And interestingly enough, is that Enel was able to power the town and the automata with his fruit, which then goes to makes me think that all devil fruits have a piece of the Mother Flame in them. So maybe every devil fruit can achieve some sort of fire-related thing if they can just tap into the Mother Flame. I'm trying to find a justification for something like Red Hawk, but I'm just spitballing stuff here, you know? Man, this is just crazy. See what chat's saying. Shout out to Montag, 451. Said, I don't know if this was said, but the ship under Emu, there are 5 people with 1 falling out of the boat, 5 elders with a traitor or failure that got replaced. Also, love your stuff, man. Keep it up. Thanks, Montag. Yeah, we talked about the ship underneath Emu, but there's also a possibility that it's Pluton. Like, it could be a representation of the ancient weapon there. Like, maybe it's Emu, maybe it's Pluton. Maybe Emu is where the on top of Zunisha, like underneath the Arc Maxim, you know, or maybe that's Lily, you know, who knows? Or maybe Lily is this figure on the Alabasta boat. We don't know. But we do have 6 people in spacesuits on this, with 1 falling off, which is interesting. I'm just, you know, I just keep going back and forth to the shading of everything, because it feels like I want to understand why some things are shaded, you know, much darker than others. And I love how with this image, right, it almost looks, there's a very like childlike quality to this, because when you look at things like the, you know, the depiction of what is maybe Uranus at the top, and even this Emu Pluton thing on the left side, you can see the markings, like when they were coloring it in with a black marker. But you know, like when you're like coloring things in and it just like looks a little like mushy, you can see that. And it's so different than the normal style that we get in One Piece, because even then you can see Franky against it, right? When Franky, like, he almost looks real in comparison to the drawing, which is what's really fun about it too. Q Honto said they look like Tontada with their squirrel tails. I think there is an actual representation of Tontada, and it is in between the ancient Oni and the mermaid Poseidon. There's like a smaller figure with a sword and like a bushy tail that is like much more Tontada-like, which was pointed out earlier. Name 111 said, what if Enel has become a god's knight? That could bring him back into the story here. The thing I like about that, and I've brought this up before, is it's very interesting to me if Enel, who was so self-indulged, narcissistic, solipsistic, everything, if when he returns in the post-time skip, if he has changed in a way and like is able to bend the knee to someone else and realize like he's not the true god, someone else is. Now the fun thing would be like if he joined Luffy and like was like, I'm not god, you're the sun god. But I hadn't considered him being a god's knight. I mean, a holy knight Anel is pretty fun too. I like the idea of keeping him evil. It is interesting if, you know, he of all people like has a change of heart after learning everything. You know, I mean, there's only two ways it can go. It either emboldens him to be even more evil and like see that the world should be destroyed and like become an emu sympathizer, or he learns the error of his ways, realizes that he was wrong the entire time, and that the kid who defeated him is actually the sun god and he needs to help him. And it's up to Oda to decide which one he wants to, you know, go with, but it's wild. Emil said, don't think those are spacesuits. Check General in the Discord. I mean, those helmets are pretty Celestial Dragon-y in a way. But yeah, I'll check General. Makeshift said, my guess is the level of shading is indicating the level of or adjacency to divinity each character is, whether by devil fruit, bloodline, etc. Yeah, I mean, the shading is definitely symbolizing importance. At first, I was like, is it denoting agency and, like, you know, whether or not they're evil or not? But then I noticed that Luffy was also shaded dark. So it's that's part of the craziness there. Let me check the general Discord here. Emil thinks that it's a representation of ancient Egyptians. Maybe, but I'm looking at it as the front part as a visor. I'm looking at that as that they're wearing helmets and not cloth, but you know, we'll find out in 10 years. Maybe. Shout out to Bleezy Bird, said Cole wants you on a lore stream with Par and Tekking. I mean, that's fun. I mean, I definitely think it's I think it's time for like a group thing also. And I might want to set something up for like whenever we get a break. We might have to do the Mural Summit. Happy birthday to Mr. 9. Happy birthday, Mr. 9. Just saw that in the chat. Yeah, like a mini reverie for sure. We haven't done anything on this channel for a while, so anything like that on this channel in a while, so I want to do something. Where are the Buccaneers? Seems to me like they're next to the Demon Sun God. I'm more inclined to think that the Buccaneers are the bottom ship closest to Franky. My reasoning for this is that the character on the ship is bigger than the other ones, but also the hair and the head is kind of drawn like Kuma's flag. So I'm thinking that that might be like a cheeky reference there. So I'm going to say that from top to bottom, from Emmett, it goes Alabasta, Wano, Long Arm, Buccaneer. Oh, you know I'm calling it the Mural Summit. Yeah, Jacob, that's definitely what it is. So. Yeah, the Buccaneers are definitely in there, and I'm calling it the bottom ship next to Franky. Yamil said to me the Buccaneers are the ship with the sun flag. That, or they're the slaves mining the flame. So that's very possible too, is that all of the Buccaneers are the ones that are mining the flame. So that's very true, very possible. That might be why their bodies are different. It was more suited for getting everything there. But the sun flag is definitely the Alabasta ship because that is literally their flag. So what we're likely looking at there is Lily and one of their retainers. So. Just saw your message, Barry, about circling things on our iPad. Day. You need a mini reverie for this chapter. Yep. Jacob said the Crocodile Summit was so long ago now with Jay and Morge. Need the Mural Summit. Well, we had the Crocodile Summit, and then we had the Sword Summit. That was the last summit on the channel. And that was... Jeez, I mean, I think... Was that the Hachinosu part of everything when I did the Sword Summit? Or was that... Or did I call the Sword Summit when we knew Garp was going to Hachinosu? I can't remember. Either way... Like, definitely close to 2 years ago, probably. SSG Constantine said, hold up the sun flag on the ship is the same one on Joy Boy's shield, right? Yes, it is also... Again, I will say this for everybody in the back. It is also the official flag of the nation of Alabasta. That is their flag. So, Joy Boy is holding a shield representative of Alabasta. And then there is a ship with that flag, which is clearly representative of Alabasta. So it is showing the association between Nika and the Nefertari family. Shout out to Montag451. Supered and said, if the elephant on the right has Emu on top of it, that could potentially be Zunisha helping him somehow rise to power, and that was his crime. Love that. Yep. And then Zunisha being cursed, you know, because of helping Emu makes sense. Makes sense. I love that. That's a great take, Montauk. Nobody said that yet, and I love that. Neil said no 3-Eye Tribe. I mean, they're probably in there. Like, you know, it's just, we just can't tell. You know, I guess the ones on the whales are fishmen, I guess. The one above Nika is clearly a Lunarian. Yeah. Shout out to D. Robin. Super appreciate that. Said, 2 crowned figures, the 2 sovereigns. Moon unaware of the dawn equals D unaware of the dream. Emu called the D clan shells as they don't know what the D means. Vivi's speech about a faint light, what Emu wants to extinguish, the will of D. Well, I mean, I'm calling it all but confirmed here that my theory that D is just a crescent moon, in this case a half moon, has been proven true. So the half moon people are the Ds. In the mural, we have one crowned person standing on Zunisha, which is likely a representation of Emu. And then I don't see the other crowned person here. Where is that? Oh. Poseidon has a crown. So. Moon unaware of the dawn. D unaware of the dream. Emu called the D clan shells. I think the will of D is just the will of the half moon people to take down Emu at this point. So it's like the will of a better world, the desire for a better world. So the half moon people led the charge. So it's like innately built into their DNA that they do not want these individuals in power. So it's just like they need to assemble the troops. Cooper Y supered and said, oh my god, Randy's had it right this entire time. Luffy's lineage being part sky people, half Lunarian, half moon people. I mean, things are looking good. Things are looking good. I've had a lot of this cracked for years at this point now. It's looking. Shout out to Chin. He said, gotta go. It's early morning here. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to go. I mean, we might. I mean, we're still... This page is going to feed, you know, generations here, but... yeah, I mean, it's too early to say, you know, whether or not we're gonna confirm that Luffy's actually a Shandian, you know, but it would make sense if that's the case. Half Moon people. It's here. Keep going and brainstorm, said Rohal. So is that the Devil Fruit tree? I'm inclined to feel like it is, you know, Yggdrasil. I like the idea that was mentioned earlier that we, you know, maybe we don't get Ragnarok in the present, and that what we're looking at here is actual Ragnarok. In which case, you know, the tree would burn, and like, you know, that can be part of the just the hellfire that happened to the world. The forest god taming demons, that part in the second world is very that is what I'm leaning towards as far as the birth of devil fruits. Like, I'm thinking the devil fruits were born in the second world. So forest god tamed demons, and then the sun spread the fires of war, so like giving everybody devil fruits, giving everybody power. And it, you know, the devil fruits may have been, you know, partially made using Mother Flame, so then, you know, that's the fires of war. Everything here being a allegory to industry and revolution and farming for resources, mining the Earth's core for Mother Flame. So Leonardo Martin said, I think the flying whale is Uranus. The original Maxim is Pluton. So going back to the idea that Pluton would be a ship. That's interesting. And then it firing lightning would be a good, like a really cheeky way to have, you know, Enel, who has the lightning fruit, like recreate the Maxim. And considering that would be the arc after we learned about Pluton in Alabasta, then we would see, you know, the second coming of it on Skypiea, then go to Water 7, where they're talking about the plans for how to build it. That seems like enough connective tissue to really justify what you're saying, which is really interesting. I'm more inclined to wonder and believe that this creature on the left is Pluton, but with the horns and everything, maybe that's what Loki's fruit is, but who knows? You know, there's definitely an interpretation for that being Emu's final form, because they're, you know, they have to be going after Emu, but maybe Emu isn't so much a fighter and is more of a tactician and put all of these pieces in place, and that's why we just see them in the center, kind of unfazed, unbothered, unattacked. Evo said over 500 likes, let's go. Oh, hey, nice. Checked in a little bit. Three Days said the people on the conveyor belts might actually be offering life force to Rise with Emu as 19 Celestial Dragons. There's 19 there. Like Big Mom did to her citizens. Well, I talked about it being reminiscent of Big Mom and her citizens right at the beginning. So I agree with that there, but I'm also really into my idea that they've been farming the Earth's core for the Mother Flame. So it's not like it can't be both. The idea that there's actually 19 of them there is crazy. I'm gonna count that. Alejandro Salas said Emu's like Uta and as a monster that the whole world will have to fight against. I mean, it's you can't look at this and not, if you've seen Film Red, and not think of the ending of Film Red. But let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me count specifically just these people on the left side here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That is interesting. Considering that we know that Lily and the Nefertari would have defected. That's an interesting representation of the 20 kings, aka the 19 kings that became the celestial dragons there. Dawn Knight 1993 said, "What if," and hear me out here, guys, Luffy is Nika? Emil Superden said, "With Cerberus, does that mean that Griffin is also a Zoan?" I mean, I don't think we need that, but I like the idea of no one on Shanks' crew having devil fruits, but all of their weapons having devil fruits. I think that's kind of fun. Notice that on one side there's only humans, and the other there's all the different races. Yeah, I mean, we don't know, we don't have it confirmed that all of those are humans, but you can definitely make that call. So it's like, there's an element here where you could say that, what you're seeing on the left side is the first world. And then what you're getting on the left side, split by the tree, is the ramifications of everything because of what happens on the right side of the tree. So all of this stuff is happening, being puppeteered by Emu, which then causes the war against all of this stuff. So maybe we shouldn't look at it from the perspective of 1, 2, 3, huge creatures, and really take into consideration that Oda separated these two scenes with the tree for a reason, in which case then you could have Emu on the right side of the tree and Emu being this creature, instead of thinking that everything only has to have one representation on each side. That's possible too. Mr. Nine said, and the puffballs Emu is creating are helping the allies. Well, the puffballs are either life force or the mother flame. And it's either what Big Mom was doing to her citizens, or because of the conveyor belt, it's going down into the Earth's core, it's pulling the mother flame, and it is giving way for the invention and futuristic stuff that is happening in the city here. This is Oda's allegory for industry, for the Industrial Revolution, for making, giving way to greed, right? Which is here, mankind succumbed to greed and touched the Forbidden Sun. So that's why it's like, while I do like this idea of it being the life force and the Big Mom thing, and like there's obviously a reference and callback here that's happening anyway, I am all the way in on mankind found a way to the Earth's core and has been like ruining the planet by removing the Earth's core, the mother flame, so that it could advance the world. Because that's how you get to this part in the third world where you're guiding the world to its end. Like over 800, 900 years, like that's why you have fossil fuels. Like you used all of the mother flame. You had this advanced society. You then destroyed that advanced society, but you can't create more of the mother flame. So that's why technology hasn't advanced in all these years. But there's still remnants. That's why that would, in that moment, it would make everything with Egghead make sense, because it's like that piece of the mother flame that Vegapunk had could very well be like the very last piece of it all. So that's where I'm leaning. D. Robin said, X marks on the serpent, dragon's tattoo. Interesting. Maybe. Saeed said, also, Viz mistranslated Luffy's line when they brought up the idea of Shanks having a brother. He actually said Shanks' brother, huh? Well, even if he has one, he's probably a good guy. Interesting. Luffy's intuition is usually never wrong, and that would imply that there's a part of Shamrock that's good, but I don't know if I like that. The crazy thing would be, like, if Shamrock, like, if his fruit has the Cerberus fruit, but he also ate a devil fruit. So it's, like, double. Like, that's something we haven't seen. Like, that would be fun. That would change things up. Like, dude has a devil fruit, but then also his fruit has a devil, his sword has a devil fruit. Like, that's a good twist to to reveal later on. Gary Bloodword said, does this show Zunisha's crime by carrying the king on its head? Yeah, that's the interpretation here, is that in some way Zunisha helped Emu, which was their crime. Mizukame said Shanks D. Rat is still not escaping the allegations. That was Shanks in chapter 906. I've been saying that. I'm team that was Shanks in during the Reverie 100%. Like I'm it also like it gets complicated because then automatically you have to have Shamrock have the same voice actor as Shanks. Like why do they have the same voice? As long as Shanks' voice actor doesn't retire from being Shanks by the time we get Shamrock in the anime, and if it isn't the same guy, then we have no reason not to believe that Shanks was the dude during the Reverie, because the voice actor for Shanks did voice that hooded figure that wanted to talk about a certain pirate. So this is the... Oda wants you to think that, oh, that was Shamrock the whole time now. Only to reveal later, no, that actually was Shanks. But it could be implied that, you know, the time that Shanks went back to the Holy Land was a different time. You know, maybe he was like trying to understand things a little bit better. He wanted to meet Darling. He wanted to, you know, maybe he even spent some time there. Maybe he learned some things and then left. There's a lot now with that information that Oda could do. You know, could have been a time, you know, post Roger's execution that Shanks went back there. Saeed said Shanks' voice actor recently stepped down from some other longtime role. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. So it's not confirmed that he's leaving the Shanks role. But another role he did retire from. So a lot of people think that he will retire from Shanks. But considering that, you know, he doesn't actually do any work on One Piece very often, he might be like, whatever, I'll keep Shanks. Kilowa's Bloody said, Roger to Shanks, family some rats. Yeah, pretty much. I'll check out the scribbles. Okay, so going with the 19 Kings reference here, looking at these scribbles that Barry just sent me that her sister did on top of everything. Thinks that the top creature is Uranus, which, you know, makes sense. Red line question mark, Eve tree question mark for the tree, maybe. Alabasta definitely, Wano definitely. Long arm definitely. Buccaneers, that's my thought. Can't read a lot of the stuff on the left side. I can see giants, continent pullers, world government, yep, Lunarians. Oh, that's interesting. The whale at top, thinking that that's the whale in Zoe. You know, there's a lot of whale imagery in One Piece, right? Obviously, this is called out a lot. But seeing this whale here, like, obviously there was a whale that was very important to the beginning of the story and the Void Century here. So the whale tree being representative of this particular whale, that's very interesting. Very interesting. I like that. Yeah, I'm able to see everything except for, like, the left side's a little blurry. But I'm able to make out most of it. I love it, though. D. Robin supered and said, Ancient Kingdom caused the darkness by making those ancient sun-blocking clouds from pre-Skypea. No sun, crops don't grow, equal famine. Interesting. I mean, it's also very easy, like, if the first world is also about creating the red line, then it also blocks trade, and, you know, there's some things that some islands may have needed and they weren't able to get, and, you know, that caused problems as well. Kill was bloody, said Bro Cole did like a 10-hour stream because of this chapter. I mean, everybody's coming in and bringing, you know, the heat, so I'm not surprised. And plus, like, you know, he's got a lot more people coming in with ideas, so it would probably take him a lot longer to go through all of the, you know, the chats. Joyo Boyo said, hi Randy, just wanted to let you know that you inspired me to get into filmmaking. I'm able to fund my own project right now thanks to some help from my school. Thank you for everything. Hey, anything is possible. Go for it. Finish that project, send it to me. I'll watch it. Big Stinky said, Cerberus is the first Zoan to be awakened in an item. Check the flames. That's cool. Might be a flying whale, too. Which is a crazy thought. You know, I mean, like, the whale being all the way at the top is kind of crazy. There's rain over the whale, the rain god. Could the rain god fruit be a whale? I don't know. But I mean, like, at that point, it's like you have to be able to swim, which is crazy. Whale tree feels important to me too, said Barry. Yeah, I mean, but there's also a lot of people have pointed it out. There's a lot of whale statues. I think there's one like even in Orange Town or something. A lot of whale stuff even early on. Obviously Laboon, but you know, beyond that. Moonkey556 said the word used for they in Japanese is karera. And from my Japanese knowledge, it usually refers to people, not other things. So most likely, It is not about the seas. Unless we're trying to say that the seas are alive, then maybe. There's so many interpretations. Shout out to Growth Stocks for the super. Said, hey Randy, check out chapter 722. Viola's artwork possibly foreshadowed Emu with Chopper sealing the sun, which further parallels Emu's introduction in chapter 906. Are you talking about Giola? Not Viola? Someone, you know, we talked about Giola's art a little bit earlier in the chat, and I was sent an image of it by Brandon King, and I was like, I guess. I think that no matter what, like, Oda already knows what the end of the story is. He already knows, like, where, you know, where all of that's supposed to go. So it's not entirely unrealistic to find little clues and stuff in earlier stuff once we eventually find everything out. That being part of it as a cheeky thing. But I don't think that it's something that we can necessarily look at and say, oh, Giola knew the Void history. Or like Doflamingo was a little more forthright with his crew than most would believe, and they knew more than they let on. I think it would be more of like a cheeky reference than something very direct that we can look at that's like concrete. This is something we need to consider. Off-brand Super and said, love the theories, all are fun. What's for dinner? That's a great question. I don't know yet, but I am getting hungry, and it's actually more so like lunchtime, really. And I don't know what's for lunch. I don't know what's for dinner. It's like I want to keep cooking, but at some point I might have to end the stream just to go eat. There's so much here that, you know, we could do multiple streams going into all of this stuff. Just continue, like, unpacking everything and going through all of it. This is insane. Kill was bloody. He said, eat on stream. The people don't want the cooking to stop. Emil said Forest God fruit salad. Saeed said there's a type of whale called minke whale or piked whale. It's called minku kujira in Japanese. Gojira, like Godzilla, almost. What's the connection that you're trying to make there with that one, though, Saeed? Three Days said, I've used all my brain power past few days on this and even dreamt about that mural. Not much left after today. I mean, I'm just getting started. That's the crazy part here. Let's see what people were tagging me on Twitter with. Shout out to KProN, appreciate the super, said, I think we're overlooking the fact that this man's been one versus the world and winning. Even don't play no games. I mean... That's, I mean, it's a crazy thing to look at, that you're seeing all of those people, right? All of those different, you know, species, races, like, you know, teams, factions, countries coming together to go up against one person, one being, one force, right? And they lost. They lost so bad that it's taken 800-900 years to get their, you know, lick back. Nah, I mean, KProN is onto something. You know, you gotta, you know, you can hate the player, but you gotta respect the game. Looking at stuff on Twitter now. That thing's missing some stuff there. Let's see. Said said TCB is wrong and they know it. That's why they went back and changed some things. What happened? TCB says Forbidden Star, possibly a reference to a forbidden fruit like in Genesis. You know, I can't, with something like this, I'm not even gonna care what TCB said about it, because this is one of those things where it's like, we really only need to go with the official. I don't think we should be looking at scans for anything here. I mean, there's precedents for looking at different translations for stuff, but if we're going to make any concrete theories, it really should be based off of what we're looking at here. Jacob said the different breakdowns from Japanese speakers have been cool. You know, like that's something I'd be interested in seeing. Jacob said what would be crazy is to see Joy Boy and his allies studying their own Void Century from the First World. So that it actually happened prior to them as well. Find out that the First World is actually the Second World. Saeed was making a reference to the Ming tribe. The Ming tribe is called Minkuzoku. So then that whale, Minku Kujira, yeah, Mink. I should have thought about that a little longer. Three-Day, what do you think of the idea that Nika and his allies were guarding the tree along with the dragon up top, also to protect the people and animals evacuating towards it? I mean, there's an idea about it. You know, it's like, what if the ancient kingdom was a place for all of these different countries and everything to kind of, that they were, born from. So the tree is actually on the ancient kingdom. And Ragnarok basically obliterated the ancient kingdom, and then everybody split up and went and started their own countries. So that the Alabasta flag was actually the flag of the ancient kingdom, and they just never changed it. Something like that. Everybody lived in harmony on this one island. Maybe. Noah said, find out that the first world is like the 100th world, and this has been happening since the beginning of time. Yeah. And now we're really at the end because there is no more Mother Flame to go through. Tower of Babel, yep. See ya, Yamil. Great cooking. We've hit 3 hours. We still have 300 people in here 3 hours into the stream. 528 likes. That's crazy. I feel like we could go for another 5 or 10 minutes here. Get out anything else that anybody wants to say. Then I gotta eat. And we'll revisit this because there's plenty more to go through. Shout out to Grotstock, Super said, since the mural shows the second world is the dragon atop the tree, the same one Ryuma slayed in Wano because of the prior name of Onigashima was Ryugashima. I mean, is that something that just came out in like an SBS or something? Do we know that, or is that a theory of growth that Onigashima was Ryugashima? I like the idea that it could be the dragon that Ryuma slayed, but I also think that it may not have anything to do with any of this. Evo said, Randy, since we're in the 16th century, do you reckon the year 0 was the end of the first world? The end of the Void Century? The end of the second? That's a good point. Considering, it's like the year is like, what, 1524 now? So if you go back 800-900 years, you still have little ways to go to get to 0. So What was the genesis? What was the moment that that made everyone collectively decide this is year one? That's a fun thought. Interesting. Saeed said, no, that was in Oda's notes. He was going to call it Onigashima Ryugashima. It's not in the context of the story itself yet. It was in his notes. That's interesting. I haven't heard that yet. I didn't see that. "16 rings of the bell." It really puts like 16 into perspective, so. Growth said Marco talked about how Onigashima had another name. Yeah, I remember that, and I remember everybody thinking that that was going to be important, and then it never happened. But also people thought that Marco's note was going to be important, and that never happened. Right. Yeah, just tell him I'm coming. That's the note. I've spent so much time on the beginning of the chapter that I want to run back and look at everything. Sorry, I've spent so much time looking at the last page that I want to look at the rest of the chapter. That pirate is my estranged younger twin brother. He returned to the Holy Land once, but he seems to prefer the filth of the lower world. Confirmation. Cerberus. Insanity. I love it. Like, I wonder if you just break the sword in half, would that be enough to make that Zoan fruit go into a nearby fruit? Would that be all you need to do? This is an interesting line of dialogue from Gunko, right? Where it's, extinguish your presence, Commander. You know, like, in a show like Dragon Ball, or even Hunter x Hunter, Hunter x Hunter, I mean, I just say the X, and everyone gets on me about it. You have, like, you know, it becomes like a story thing where you need to suppress your presence. That you need to, you know. But the thing is like, there's not really a precedence for this in One Piece. Although there was there was that moment in Egghead where Luffy got really scared that, like, Kizaru was on the way, but then in the next chapter, like, low diffed him, which was insanity. So it's like, can Luffy sense presences? Like, is this a thing where, like, is Gunko trying to say this because they don't want to, like, give away their positioning? But that is not something that has really been established in One Piece. So, no. I like how Shanks, like, basically gives Loki the the Mihawk treatment here. If you should survive, come and kill me. I'll be ready for you. You know, it's like it's giving the final lines between Mihawk and Zoro at the Baratier. That man gets brutally stabbed. Love that. Pacifying them all at once would be too hard. We need to get the warriors' children first. So are they gonna like kidnap the kids and be like and like threaten to kill the kids in order to get them to their side or something? I'm trying to understand what the point of the kids, what their role is here. And shout out to Ty, by the way. Man's coming through with the lavish activity here. That's a triple. That's Cerberus lavish action for this chapter. I said, sorry, Captain. My phone's been blowing up like I work for the Mavericks. We all talked about the moons between books 1 and 2 and how it has the same pattern as the snake and Loki's belt. Lunches on me. Well, it is Chrissy, my anniversary with Chrissy. We went out yesterday for it, but this covered that lunch. Let me look at this thing about the moons between books 1 and 2. I will tell Chrissy that also. Okay. Talked about the moons between book 1 and 2 and how it has the same pattern as the snake and Loki's belt. No, we did not talk about that. So yeah, we got some circles in between books 1 and 2 that are like very sneakily in there, right? And then if you think about the mobile in the Tree of Ohara that Clover had, right? That showed the world and how many moons this particular Earth has. It actually would be really interesting if we find out that some of those moons were man-made. Now, as far as Loki's belt is concerned, I don't know if I ever paid attention to Loki's belt. Do we see it in this chapter? A little bit. It just looks like a skull in this one. Let's see. Finding the original image of Loki, which is a skull with a crown on it. It really looks like it's a championship belt, by the way, like to add to the wrestling, references here. Back to this. The Loki in the mural? Well, the Loki in the mural, I think, is an ancient giant. But good point that, like, the belt on the ancient giant here is giving the same mechanical vibe that the serpent is and that the moon has. So there is a connection there. definitely right, Ty. Okay, I see. Quotation Loki's belt. Yeah, because it's got Loki's horns and everything, but it's definitely like an ancient giant there. Was having your anniversary on Vivi's birthday planned, to be honest now. So I love the idea of, well, 2 is one of my favorite numbers, and then 2, like, Chrissy and I have been together since 2017, but I proposed on 2/2/2020, and then we got married on the same day so that we don't have to forget what is our anniversary. not in the same year, but you know, it just kept that like going with the 2s. Anyway, does this imply an interstellar angle? I mean, what it makes me think is that behind these like panels of these books would be the other moons and stuff now. So thought I insta flew to Vegas or something. Oh no. There were not enough W's in the chat for Ty, by the way. Like, man needs more W's. But I don't know what to make of this thing that, you know, because it looks like there's like a conveyor belt built into the snake, right? And it looks like there's a conveyor belt built into the moon, and it looks like there's a conveyor belt on the Ancient Oni's chest there. So, but I really think that this all has to tie into the technology. Like, yes, there's 19 people here giving what looks to be their life force into all of this, but it's coming from the ground. So I think that it could be both, or it's a, you know, way to make you think that it's that. And it really is. These people are going into the Earth's core. They are getting the mother flame. They are feeding the industry, they're feeding the technology. All of these things are man-made. Maybe the Ancient Oni was cut in half or something, and then, you know, like the technology was able to put them back together. Maybe that moon was split in half, or maybe that's just the point of the point of that moon is that it's completely fabricated to begin with. So but the you know, the interesting thing about it is that that creature on the right has it, but the creatures on the left and in the middle do not. So are they supposed to be real? You know, what is it? So that's the weird thing. But it's very clear that Kaido knew more than he let on, right? And what was he doing? He was trying to industrialize Wano in the same way that it looks like Imu was industrializing the ancient kingdom or the world in a way. So Kaido was creating factories. Imu had factories. So that stuff is tied there. Jody List said, bottom line, Oda's hiding something behind the Harley text and behind Franky in the center, right? So I don't know if we'll see that Franky is hiding something, but now that Ty pointed out these moons and everything, I feel like the text is hiding something. And it'll be interesting if, you know, we come back to this and, you know, we see a little bit more of it from Franky's perspective, and it shows some of this, like, the stuff we didn't see because of what people are covering. That could be interesting too. I don't know. Ty, what's your take on this though? You're the one who pointed it out. You got thoughts on it? Jedman said, I really like the Earth core theory. Oh, I'm going all the way in on that, because I also don't think anybody else is talking about it. So that's now like my own patented thing. The mother flame is the Earth's core, and they've dried the resource up. So Double O Flevence, shout out to you, my man. Said feeling Figureland might be hidden D's, but doing their own thing like Blackbeard, trying to take the throne for themselves. Lily was a hidden D, betrayed Emu, modern day parallel. Shanks is a true D, like Roger and Luffy. It's interesting. I think the thing that like really comes out of this is that I truly feel like Odin and Momonosuke and Hiyori are D now. And I think that if it turns out that Shanks has been manipulating like this entire story from the back lines, then yeah, like it would be reasonable to consider him a D, because he would be the enemy of the gods in that sense. But I like the idea of Shanks not being it, and that their true enemy came from within. I'm not gonna be surprised. I'll say I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be mad. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna be surprised if Shanks ends up being a D, like Oda reveals it or something like that. But the only thing is that I don't understand how to justify it with Figureland and Shamrock and all of that. I think it would be a thing where if they are D, they don't consider themselves D, and it would be, definitely a hidden thing, like you're saying. And it would be something where like they've suppressed it, they don't acknowledge it. But it would also imply that if they are even hidden D, and then Shanks being a true D, that would mean that there would have to be a Figureland in the past that was like on board with everything. Because I don't know if the D, comes from true lineage, or if it's like you become part of the Half Moon people by, generally opposing the world, right? I mean, maybe to what Ty was bringing up about these like man-made moons and all this stuff, like maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe the ancient kingdom was on one of these moons, and they're called, and the people that live there are the Half Moon people, because it's not considered a real moon, right? Because it's man-made, it's mechanical, it's a moon, but it's not. So the D are the people of the Half Moon. So needs some workshopping, but I mean, like, just trying to figure it out. Kyohanto said then Luffy's he's probably a good guy line would tie into it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said when I read that line, I was like, is Oda trying to imply that like Shamrock's gonna turn good at some point? Because I'm not a huge fan of that, but you know, it's like if you want to, if you're creating this character to have an evil Shanks and do everything that you wanted to do with evil Shanks, go all the way. But Oda is very much a cake and eat it too kind of guy, so maybe. My only worry is that Shamrock is just going to get way more development than Shanks at this point. Evo said, I feel like there's no reason for recently introduced names to be turned into Ds. Like, why hide that? Probably for the reason of, you know, not making it seem like everybody's a D. You know? So, I don't know. I mean, Oda's been peppering it. Like, obviously, we recently learned that Vivi is one. That Clover is one. So... And I feel like there's a very strong implication here through certain lines of dialogue and parts of these elements here, you know, implying that the voice of all things is a power that is almost maybe even exclusive to the Half Moon people, the Ds. That implies, obviously, since we know that Momonosuke and Odin had the voice of all things, that they are D. And Odin smiled, right? So... Now, why wouldn't Odin have been introduced as Kosuke D. Odin or anything like that? That I don't know. Shout out to Double O Flevens, another super, said, I feel like Shanks would inherit it like others since he wasn't fully introduced as a figureland. Moon and stars on Shanks' pajamas when he was found. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that there's a... I guess where I'm going with that is that I don't think that for a lot of the D-Clan, they need to... it needs to be a lineage thing, so it could be a thing where Shanks is a D by way of, like, just inheriting Roger's will, right? So there might be something like that, like... Like, if we were going into, like, the Sanji of it all, and, like, Shanks was in an argument with Figureland Garling, right? And, you know, wanted to have, like, the full-on daddy discussion. It could be a thing where it's like, no, my name is not Figureland Shanks. My name is Gold D. Shanks. Like, I know who my true dad was. The man who raised me was... Shanks. Was Roger. So at that point, like, he basically says, like, no, I'm the son of Roger. And then, like, you know, where's the D that way? Like, that, I could see that. Noah said Rey Star Wars. Yeah, it's definitely giving Rise of the Skywalker. But, you know, that's what I could see. And to that effect, like, you know, is Blackbeard a true D? Like, we don't know. You know, maybe it's a thing where he just knows about the Half Moon people and wants to, you know, be included. He wants to shake things up, so he calls himself Marshal D Teach, but maybe he's not a real D. So... Saeed said, Double O Flevens, that was fan-made, not official. Oda only drew a sketch, and some fan completed the drawing interpreting the pajama with sun and moon. Okay. Flevens said, I'm overstimulated right now. I mean, there's a lot of stimulation in this last panel, and in this entire chapter. Anyone can just lie about being a D. That's crazy, but entirely possible. Yeah, I mean, I've felt like that's always been a possibility, so I don't know. But the thing is like the way you know if you're a true D is probably like, do you have the voice of all things? There's certain qualities, that show that you actually do inherit that will. So despite Blackbeard being a dreamer and everything, like he wants to destroy the world. So maybe there's an element of some sort of higher power that, knows that like this man is inherently not good. So he does not get all of the qualities that a D has. So I don't know. But back to the reread here. The stuff in the castle with everything. Double Flemons uses member chat. Member for 5 months said Blackbeard doesn't sleep, he daydreams. Yeah. All I know is things are about to get spicy, because Amigasa Silhouette Man is about to head to the castle, and if we ever needed more of a clue that this could be Gabon and, proper Scopper before anyone else, I still would like it to be Arnold, but everything's leading Gabon, right? The panel where you see him walking, right? What is Luffy talking about? The Roger Pirates. Mentioning Roger, mentioning Rayleigh, mentioning Roger, mentioning Buggy, and then a ... from this guy as he's walking up the hill. It's Gabon. We're getting it. We're getting Scopper. I mean, the hair is right. It's a different color now, but that's probably because it's grayed. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Double F11 said just wanted to get that out there and see you and the community's thoughts on it. Hey, that's what we're here for. Then obviously transitioning to Ripley, which would be the wife of Scopper here. We're just gonna assume. I gotta give in and admit that everything's pointing towards Scopper. So, regardless, Amigasa Man is Ripley's husband and the son of Cologne. It really does look like Ripley is just holding a Franky toy. Like, that's crazy. And for Ripley to be a part of this as well really elevates her and leans really strongly into the idea that she could be the daughter of Harold. Like, this is our princess. Oh man, there's a lot going on here, guys. Based on the way that this is like transitioning here, it really feels like when we get this animated, all of this stuff will be narrated by Robin, and I love that. Because she starts on it on the previous page. She's the one reading it. So if it is a thing where like we start seeing the mural like slowly being, you know, drawn and traced in, and we just keep going back to Robin reading it, like that's gonna be fire in the anime. That's gonna be cool. Oh man, this chapter's insanity. I think I'm fried. We also, before the stream started, got a super from Veronica that said, "Hi Randy, so happy to see the community protecting you from spoilers, even if it's from Oda himself." This was more so for the last chapter. Just reading it out. Wasn't so lucky, got spoiled twice. One news article, one YouTube thumbnail. Brighter note, got my first ever Comic-Con tickets, tips. So, I mean, just have fun. You know, figure out what you're going there for, and then try to do that. You know, some people go because they want to go to the panels and all that stuff. Me, I just want to look at the tables and look at the merch like that. That's the the fun part for me. If seeing the costumes is the fun part, go to where all the people are going to the costumes. So that's what I would say. Let's see if there's. I'm starting to wind down, but I want to see if there's any supers that I may have missed towards the beginning, and then seeing ties from the beginning. I mean, there's definitely some turbulence. And the laptop needed to go into its upright position for sure. Jacob said, "We're all cooked, Captain." Yeah, I'm cooked. What a chapter! Like the amount of things that we were able to non-stop talk about for going on 4 hours here, and I mean, and there's nothing to say that if I continued going on, we couldn't, continue that. But I do want to have the Mural Summit for sure. And especially if we get even some more new lore, since there's not a break. But, realistically, we would probably have a break after the next chapter. That seems to make sense. Kanto said, I think the mural might move in animation. Yeah, I think that like we'll see it kind of like getting like penciled in or something. Yeah. So, talking about what the Holy Knights are going to do if they're kidnapping the kids. They're going to kidnap Cologne, which Barry said is going to make the kidnapping very interesting. Yeah. They find out there's another son of the Roger Pirates running around. Luffy won't let Ace happen again. Yeah. NZ-boys said, people saying this is the greatest lore piece chapter ever. I mean, yeah, I don't see how you can argue with that, really, considering that, like, the Void Century has been built up since Alabasta. And this is the first time we're really getting, like, actual concrete lore, or, you know, even if it is in a very subtextual way, you know, it's not definitive. You know, it's very much like the like Norse mythology. Like the way that it's written is, you know, open to interpretation. It almost makes me wonder if we'll ever actually get the, you know, the truth. I imagine we actually will, but Oda is trying to say that. And I said that, like, when we get to Elbaf, like, we really need the best lore dump of the series, and this is it. And it came from exactly what I said it would: Robin and Saul being in a room talking. So this chapter gave me everything that I wanted out of this arc so far, and we're probably not even 10 chapters into the arc, or maybe this would be like the 10th chapter. And also, like, a really, like, I wouldn't even call it a soft confirmation. I wouldn't say it's like a hard confirmation, but it's like a middle ground confirmation that the long running theory that the D is really just a symbol. Doesn't mean anything. Or more than anything, you know, like that it is a crescent moon. Half moon people. It's looking really good. It's looking real good. Jacob said, this is a great community moment. I think everyone is engaged here. Oh, I mean, this is phenomenal. It's fantastic. Like, I think that if we come back to this stream at the end of the series, or when we get more of this stuff, I think we'll have hit on a number of things. That's how much I trust this community. I feel like we probably cracked a lot of it. Or got close. Jody Liss says 2027 looks right for the final chapters, Mr. Randy. If Oda didn't take so many month-long breaks, I'd feel confident about that. But I think if we got 2027 end now, I feel like it might feel rushed. I still think that there's a possibility for it. It just may not end up being like July 2027 on the exact 30th anniversary. It might be like end of year 2027. Like, he's got to get some more chapters in there. Ty saying 2032. I feel like Oda wants to do 30 years and then that's it. So let's see. It's moving at a pretty wild speed, I gotta say. And you know what? And also, you know, maybe it can be 2027, because here's the thing, right? Is this is everything Oda's wanted to do from the beginning, so he's not like making a lot of it up as he goes along. He's got to wrap up a lot of stuff from everything else that he like kind of created on the fly, but this is the stuff that he knows. So he may be able to like pace this stuff out and get it exactly the way he wants in 2 years. So it might be. I don't know. We'll see. Blazer said, do we get the silhouette reveal next chapter? I think it's very likely. I think it's very likely that that man comes into that castle, reveals himself to very likely be Scopper Caban, and drops even more lore. Is there anything that we didn't talk about in these almost 4 hours? Because I'm gonna wrap things up. So I would say last chance for final thoughts before 11:39, most likely. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do a video. I mean, I would love to. There's a lot of content that could come out of this. But man, like it's like I need time to even process everything that I just read in the first place. Mr. Knight said it could be Scopper. I'm hoping for a new character. Yeah, I mean, like, I would love if it's Louis Arnault, but context clues are saying that it's Scopper. The 3 parts of Bink Sake, any parallels? I mean, going line by line with Bink Sake against the Harley isn't a bad idea for something to do. I don't think that I can. I don't know if I can do that right now, but that is something interesting to try and hit. Will Ange give the kids to Shamrock, or will she get killed? What makes you think that Ange would be a softie like that? Ange getting killed, you know, like doing a sacrifice play, I could see, you know, especially if she's like Saul's assistant. If she has any sort of tie to Saul in that regard, I would buy that she would try and save those kids. Which is interesting too, right? Because if Shamrock and Gunko show up to like attack the kids, kidnap the kids, that would mean that the only people that would be there to stop them would be Robin, Chopper, Lilith, and Bonnie. And that's interesting, right? Because then what we're getting out of that situation, we have no heavy hitters. We have absolutely no heavy hitters there. Because Sanji, Jinbei, and Usopp are in the town, right, with Brook. So Shamrock could come out as Bonnie's like true biological father, or reveal like her figureland lineage, which would tie into the SBS where Oda drew Bonnie as a man and it looked exactly like Shanks. And then Robin could get into a fight with Gunko, but the interesting thing there would be, since they're holy knights and they work for the world government, they would know the danger that Robin possesses to the world government. So would they try to kidnap her? Like, could they do a thing where they literally like teleport to the Holy Land with Robin? That would be insane. And then it's like, we never get the rest of the lore because she's not there anymore. And it's like, that would put us on rails, right? Because at that point, then it's, okay, we need you to like really finish the repairs on Kuma because he needs to slap us all to the Holy Land because he's been there. We got to get Robin back. Then we have Rescue Robin 2.0, where she's like completely unfazed by everything because she knows that they're gonna save her. I don't really want to retread Rescue Robin, rescuing Robin again, but that's kind of crazy. I would have to think that before they were going to get slapped away, Vivi would have to inject herself into the story, because they would have to get a lowdown on Emu beforehand from like either Wapol or Vivi at that point, and then she would have to go with them. Regardless, Shamrock and Gunko going to where Robin and Bonnie are right now is only going to create chaos. Maybe he kidnaps Bonnie. Maybe. Winnie D. Pooh said back to Boromir Faramir. Shanks is a prodigal son. Shamrock isn't Supreme Commander because Garling doesn't rate him. Shanks returned. Garling welcomed him, but Shanks wasn't feeling it. Shan is who kills Shanks. I don't know about all that, but the like the Shanks dying stuff, I don't know. I think if you're introducing Shamrock, Oda's doing that so that he can kill someone that looks like Shanks and keep Shanks alive. This idea of Shamrock not being the Supreme Commander like Garling makes me feel personally that there is either an older brother, an older sibling, or there is a Holy Knight that has not yet been revealed that is stronger than Shamrock and is the one that's actually in control now. So, Garling didn't think that Shamrock was ready and then gave the title to, his number 2 or whatever. Rohal thinks that doesn't think that they can teleport others and thinks that the teleportation is like a pact. I like the idea of it being like a pact that you have to believe in Emu in order to do it or something, but we'll see. We'll see, right? Alejandro's and triplets. I mean, the other thing too is like they could be clones of Garling instead of children. So, the other interesting thing, you know, to that matter, there's actually some story relevance that would imply that Garling has more children. Because what is like one of the only lines that we have from him during God Valley, what does he say? He says, "Watch closely, children." So if there's a ton of Figurlins that are older, then that makes sense, right? We're meeting the brother, like the twin of Shanks, but there are older, more dangerous children of Garling that were there at God Valley, and that's who he was talking to off screen. Watch closely, children. So. Winnie the Pooh, Shanks has already shown he's willing to sacrifice himself for the future. He's been waiting and setting things up for something. I absolutely see him dying for this future he's been setting up. Maybe, but it's gotta be at the very end. And I don't like the idea of it being his family member. It's gotta be someone that's like more integral to the story. And it can't happen before Luffy and Shanks have like their moments. Hopefully their fight. I still will die on the hill that they have to fight. Just training up his clones would be diabolical. I mean, hey, you know. Shanks wouldn't have been in a treasure chest as Shanks would have been at a treasure chest as a prize and wouldn't be able to watch. Yeah, exactly. So who else is watching closely other than older children of Garland? So yeah. Figurlin Big Mac. Oh yeah, he's out here, right? So that's what I'll leave you guys on. I'll leave you guys on my theory that Figurlin's got a bunch of kids. When he said, "I'm with you mostly. I was with you that I didn't want the evil twin at all, but we'll see how it plays out." Yeah, it's like if you're gonna give me the evil twin, you better give me like an entire evil family at this point. Like, don't just make it one. Go all out. Make it a thing. Make a meal out of it. Speaking of making a meal out of things, I'm hungry. Yeah. So we made this stream to exactly 4 hours. It has been a long time since we've done a long stream like this. I don't know. 10:44 maybe might have been like. I know 10:44 was at least a 4-hour stream, if not longer, or 10:45. Whenever we were into all the maybe it was 10:43 actually. We were talking about all the Gear 5 stuff in the lead up to Gear 5. Randy, can you say my name right? It's Rojal, J like jam. It's Rojal. Trust me when I say this all the time. Like, do correct me. If I'm saying your name wrong, like, I don't want to. I do not want to mispronounce names. So yes, like, correct me. Don't have me sitting here saying your name wrong like the whole time, and then you're just sitting there like, oh, I wish you said my name right. I don't want to say it wrong. Okay, so that's mine goes like pronto. Okay, so Kanto, Is the Q like a K then? Definitely been saying Q Honto. Like I don't know. I don't know. I want to be right. I want to be right. Noah Sherrick. I've definitely said that wrong a lot. Sorry. Mizukame said, "You've been getting my name enunciated perfectly every time. Kudos." Hey, look, I try. Okay, so Kanto. Got it. Goji said, "Randy, love the content, man. Keep up the good work. All of us here appreciate you so much, big dog." I appreciate you guys. You kidding me? I appreciate you guys. Like that's the whole thing here. We got a good squad. We got the best community in the OP fandom. We do. I know we do. Squad up. See, now Winnie's spitting here, like Shanks dying at the end makes a lot of sense if you're on full circle, as you say. Chapter 1 sacrifices an arm, and chapter sacrifices his life. Now that I love. But I also have to remember that Shanks did not want to do the arm sacrifice. I mean, sorry, that Oda did not want to do the arm sacrifice. That was an editor push. So, can't completely rely on that, but it is still full circle. So I do like that. Ty said the least toxic for sure. Alright guys, that's it. A phenomenal 4 hours, a phenomenal chapter. Shout out to everybody that pulled up, and a lot of people did pull up. A lot of people came in through with the likes, and this is just, it was peak. It was peak. We had our channel He Laughed moment. I definitely cracked. Got hit with the Joker gas. And I mean, no. As far as like all of this is concerned, this is what we live for with this, you know, with this One Piece stuff, man. Lore piece. This is what we do. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks again, everybody. I'm gonna wrap it up here. You guys have a great week. No break, so we'll be here for 11:39. And stay tuned for more. We'll try and get this Mural squad. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm kind of, and then just end it with a Kendrick reference. I'm worried for this Mural to get whacked out. Maybe even before Robin sees it. That's a possibility. It's crazy. All right, guys. Later, everybody. Appreciate all of you.
I've been swimming deep, deep. Savage.